Good afternoon, everybody, to another edition of the Doubles World Championship WBGF style. And the players have arrived. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, please.
It's not the right thing. It's connecting the doubles.
Okay.
And so you need to use the doubles things, not the singles.
Okay, good. Okay, back again. It's a very interesting pairing. Dagfinn Snarheim and Marianne Husum. They both won the German championship this year. Marianne in the intermediate flight and Dagfinn in the champions flight. Philip Katsemi was just a couple of years ago, I think like 6-7 years ago, he was finalist in the World Championship in Monte Carlo, facing Akiko at that time, when she won her second World Championship. And next to Philip is his father, a very well-known, strong player from Hamburg. He attended the UBC 2 or 3 years ago in Istanbul and had a very strong PR and is also known as a tough, a very tough money game player. He won the prestigious double last year in Cyprus, in the Cyprus in Pasha. And so he's a very experienced double player also. For one. After one checker is escaped, looks like 13-8 is a best choice. Well done. The Norwegian doubles clearly has a lead now in this position. Oh, and here's a double four. And yeah, and also make just the curtain over. Yes, making the second inner board point can bring time if the opponent dances. Time is very crucial in these positions to escape the last checker. Six, 4 is not a hit. 6-4 is not a hit. 6-4 probably slots the 3. Also another option to slot the 2. But I think they will go for the better points. Marianne is moving the checkers. Okay, hitting against the lonely checker. And they get rewarded. They get rewarded. They do have a momentum, but the edge is not really too much. They still have 2 checkers back, while black has only 1 checker back. Not so easy to get the lonely blot on the 11. Only 4 numbers. Now they just both have a 3-point board. (13-7), leaving 9 shots. (2) is a very strong roll. Probably the best number, which doesn't hit. Up there with 3-6. (4) is a super joker, making 2 inner board points, possibly, but also only 4 leaves him out, so there is a real decision here. There is a real decision. Only 4s or 2 plus a high number leaves them free. This is a very strong position. Yeah, and since they have 2s and 4s, probably there's enough time. But it certainly was worth looking at it. And now, clearly the upper hand for white. I wouldn't think it's too good. I definitely think it's good enough. But since it's a short match, you want to precisely figure out everything. Yeah. To me, a good double and a good pass. First point is an important point. Not as important as in a 5-point match, but it gets you already to an even away score. (5-2). Very often you mirror the position. If they do 2 down, you do 2 down. (5-2). Makes the inner board point. This position with a spare on the 9 always makes a good point. Like only 5-1 is like the only number which doesn't make a great point when you have like spares on the 6, 8, and 1 on the 9. Usually you always make either the bar, the 5, the 4, or the 3. (2, 5). I think they should step up now. Usually you like to make the 11 point, but then your lack of 5s. You don't want to break the midpoint. It's too early. 24, 22. I think they found the right concept here. Good move. There's plenty of time. So you shouldn't rush into anything. and especially in early positions. It's worth to get the right setup. For 2 keeps more pressure on the plot on the 22. I like everything I have seen so far. 2, 1, 7 and 9s. This is 11 shots. 5, 1. Not too useful, this roll. That's a good move, especially against the strip midpoint. And this is a monster roll, but not without thinking. The obvious move everybody sees is making the 2 points you really want to make, the 7 and the 5. But you can also hit. Making the 5 is absolutely clear. And the last 2 are a little bit more tricky. Five, 4 is a very good roll. Makes exactly the next point you wanted to make. Six, 2, step in the outfield. So we see in all 3 options. Always remember what McGrill said, you can only make the best move if you see the best move. So they definitely saw all 3 reasonable alternatives. Strengthen their board is good when it comes to a hitting contest. And this is a position where the hitting contest is on. Now I think they have to step out. Offering another blot. It's a kind of 3 duplication. Yeah, 5-2. Everything cries for the 3-point, but leaving a shot and getting hit is very costly. Fritz, I agree with you. I agree with you. These shots were just too much, even though you want the 3-point badly. And now after after the Katsemis haven't rolled a 5 to link up and control the outfield. White has again the upper hand. "15 pointing numbers. Double ace is great also. Couple of shots. This looks like too much. This looks like too much, because even if it goes well, I mean, you just get hit in the inner board. You definitely get hit in the inner board if the opponents don't roll double fives. Almost everything hits then, and once you dance, it's just a mess to clean all these blots up. Fritz, you're absolutely right. And they rolled the only thing which doesn't hit. There's not much play there. Looking very good for the Katsemis. If they roll a 5 or a 6. Picture gets a little bit blurry, but I assume it's another double 5. If it's another double 5, there's just one option. It is a 5-4. Okay, now the picture gets clearer. You absolutely like to run, just not in this situation. You don't wanna be dependent. Well, of course, it's the battle about the outfield. Maybe it is an idea. It wouldn't be my play. Dagfinn is one of the best players in the world, and Marianne has recently impressively improved. They are married together, and sure, they have a great communication. So now you want to visualize the position and then think about the merits of each move and compare. So probably they are counting hits now. And I mean, the beautiful hits are double 5, 5-3, every 1 and 5-6. All the other hits leave good returns. So the real scary numbers are 15 very scary numbers. Board strength is about the same. Well, it's exactly the same. White is clearly faster, so running out of time. And Thomas and Philip are looking closely into the position. They see the 15 hits. They see the possible Well, there were not so many gammons, but now, of course, there are. This was a super joker. That was a real super joker. Yeah. Want to avoid double four. The position is just too strong. Since it is a play on, you don't want to give turnarounds. ITAs, like Paul McGrill said, immediate turnarounds. Whenever you play for a gammon, you want to avoid ITAs. 5 out, 6 to the bar. Or 5. So what will happen if white rolls a 4? I don't think that black has a cube then. It was still right to play on, but following the strategy, maybe just set up a position like this where you still have a lot of builders and can turn the cube if they enter. Just need to check if you can. So once they enter, they're 16. It's about an even race if they enter. So there's no chance to double out. Can't double them out if they anchor. So anchor is an expensive number. If they don't anchor, it's better if they are with 2 on the bar. That would be in my book. I think they made a tough but very good choice here. 1-6. Still too good. 2-5. Maybe they should avoid the super joker. Might be also just enough to make the midpoint again. I would also like to avoid the super joker. Yeah. Now it's clearly too good again. Seven pointing numbers and like 30 hitting numbers. Or 3. This should be like the most numbers to close out next roll. If Marianne and Dagfinn dance, they did. 6-2. There's still hope for an ace for the Norwegian team. And it's here. Not any ace, it's the best ace they can roll. Not only they hit, they make an inner board point too. Amazing, amazing. Clearly no double. Still a big advantage, or a big advantage again for black. 6-4. What a strong roll. Double 6, 6-4, and 6-5 were the best numbers. Not particular in that order. 6-5 was clearly the best. 1-5. Amazing return. How can excitement get higher? We would have wanted to see an ace here. Just that this is not ending. But we see an ace, and now it's a more difficult decision. because there's still a man back, and that can be a very tricky play. It's not clear at all to me. That would have been a decision where I would need a lot of time on my clock to really figure out the sequences. But both players, Thomas and Philip Katsemi, are extremely experienced. They must have played like a million games in their life. They play live almost every day. And very successful too. There's a Schwed in Hamburg, and this is their city. Oh, Matt, great you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Kongaya is in the chat. We got new great knowledge here. Double take, they found the cube action. Well, a double, they found this part. So the general rule is if there's a prime against prime position, it's almost always a take, except there are a bunch of gammons. Yeah. And there's another exception. This is in a small match. I don't blame them at all. I think there are a bunch of gammons. It's only a 7-point match. Now it's an even game. And otherwise they could trailing like 3 away, 6 away. They also could be up like 2 away, 7 away. But Dagfinn and Marianne, they play on a great level, and maybe they also factored this in that they have that they see them in general as a small favorite, and they wanted to avoid big swings. Maui Joy, aloha to Hawaii. Chat gets more and more international. Big pleasure to see a lot of people. It's always difficult to talk alone and see no response. I'm very happy to see the chat moving, see people coming in, interest for backgammon raises. It's a good thing. Eric, aren't you also here in Aachen? So what we are looking at here now, 6 away score. It's an early position. It's an early blottish position fighting for points. Either making defensive points, but settling for a lesser position, or using a tempo hit, multiplicating the aces, keeping the game open. I like that active move actually. Five, 6, now they can go for 2 points. They still want to play a forward game. These anchors are only temporarily, very rare that you can keep them for long. Very rare that you want to keep them for long. Tim, hello to England. Denise, wonderful. Everybody is here now. Six two. Not only for the lack of a better thing, it's also just what you wanted. And now white would hope for a set. This is the safest play they can do. Also, it slots the best point or the next point they wanted to make anyhow. 5-2, strengthening black's position. Yes, they don't have many options. It's not ideal to make the 11 point. It's just another. It feels like just creating another problem, but there were not many options here. Right, I agree with you, Matt. I agree with you, Matt. It also left me a little bit baffled that they made this so quick, but yeah, it's untypical. It's like it feels like they created another problem, and they moved it rather fast. Untypical for Marianne and Dagfinn. So almost a third of the clock time is used for the first 2 points. And this is the same with both teams. We've seen a lot of quality so far. Let's just hope they have enough time to maintain the quality. Very often the guy on the 24 is a prisoner, but now it really looks like a policeman. A goalkeeper. If you can't touch the guy, oh, it's white's role, sorry, what I'm talking. Yeah. So if they had just moved what Matt suggested, 8-4, they would have still had a 4-1 to play. Yeah, just to keep that in mind. But this is spilled milk. That was the best move under given circumstances. Black missed. And black gets a timing problem. Soon has to leave with either the policeman or giving up an anchor. And white's advantages gets more substantial soon. They manage the slotted point. They don't roll a 6. Or if they roll one, would be like 6-1 would be good. That doesn't cover. That's not a brilliant roll. But there's not so much options. 39, 8-4. I think this is the only move actually. The only considerable move. The hit would be, even with the 2 blots, it would be very substantial to have a 2 here. By the way, the 2 is great, 2-1 is great, 2-6 and 2-3 is great. So the most 2s would have played very well. 2-4 hops out. And even if they got hit after the hit, it wouldn't be a bad thing since they're anyhow down in the race and playing a 2 anchor game. 4-5. Yes, I think there are. I would have also considered maybe to move from the 18. At least I would have considered, but I'm sure they did. They didn't set up everything, but we saw on the clock that they consulted about it. Yeah, it's an even away score. You're inclined not to lose your market here. You certainly have the upper hand. You're winning some gammons, not too many. But I'm actually a little bit surprised. This looks a little bit too conservative not to think more about the cube. They thought a little about it. Yeah, so and maybe they thought they can give the opponent more headache by cubing the next sequence, but they have been market losers. They have been market losing sequences. It used to be style of many good players in the past to double a little bit late to condition your opponents, yeah? But in such short matches, it's very hard to condition your opponent. Six five, and now black has a lot of contact. Very easy to free this checker. Just 3-1 doesn't do it, but it's not such a bad roll. Not such a bad roll. 3-2 could hit and make a point, but leaving many returns and two blots. But probably they don't get a better chance. Probably they don't get a better chance. I think actually this is the call of the situation. Eric, you would have dropped it. Okay. Maybe that's too conservative. Well, sometimes you would give 26 numbers maybe in the next roll, so giving 11 numbers now is maybe not such a bad trade-off for a couple of gammons. Axel Müller's in the chat. He knows what he's doing. Well, there's if there are a lot of things on stake, you better consider well. Better use the time you have, because you don't get any bonus if you finish the match with a lot of time left. It's like a gift, and all gifts, use them or lose them. The play worked out. This is a little bit lesser distribution for making the ace point, but looks like more of a duplication, so lesser shots. I would always go with lesser shots. 1-3 is a hit. Monster roll. But as Matt mentioned, they still, as you just see it, in. Now counting shots and considering the gammons. So this is an 8 and a 9. This is like 11 plus a 6-5. This is like 13 hitting numbers. If you hit, it's only 11 hitting numbers, but of course, it doesn't mean that you're safe afterwards, but it's less numbers to hit you, and you win way more gammons. Big swing for white, big swing for white. Marianne is shaking. Not a perfect roll, but a very good one. Yes, I like the last two. There are still some aces which pick and pass. In almost all bear-in variations, the spare on the 6 has use. Is this really the 3 forced moves? So the first 5 was forced. Plotting the outfield, safest would be probably only giving 9s, only 5 numbers, yeah, giving a great distribution. But if you get hit, again, it is very expensive. The other variation, well, putting the guy on the 12 also leaves 5 shots. There's less blots around. But also your distribution is not so nice. So it's harder to hit the last guy just if he runs out. Matt agrees with my count. Okay, here we disagree. Sadly, often when we disagree, Matt is right. But it's neither his choice or mine. It's Philip's and Thomas' choice. What counts here? For sure, that is not trivial. And I think the same. I wouldn't spend here a ton of time because I think both plays are close. Good time management is always, when it really, really matters. And when you know that you can figure it out. Yeah. If you can't figure it out precisely, or you're not sure that you can figure it out, and then you assume that it doesn't matter too much, like the equity difference between the moves is only a little, then you shouldn't hesitate too long to do a choice. Hitting must be right, yeah. And now I actually like to play to the 11. The alternative would be 18-16, leaving also a ton of blots. It's not easy to clean them up once the opponent is in, and I would keep the pressure high. I think what keeps the pressure highest is like 13-11, giving you 3 closeout numbers and covering the field the best when the opponent comes in. It's 3 hits. It's sad when it happens, but other than that, you have the best chances. Whenever you're underdog, you must choose an active play because you want to change the situation. Yeah, to change the situation, an investment is needed. Where sometimes you also can grind the opponent down because you're so close to winning. Yeah, so close to winning. So with 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, They are not as happy with that move, with 6-5, 6-6. 6-6, they're also not happy with this move. 6-5, they're happy with that move. So I'm pretty sure they could have lost some equity here, but very tough choice. Now they're way closer to win. Blocking double sixes must be right. Very good distribution in the outfield. They're mentally prepared to give the recube soon. They just wait for the right spot. This is 5, 4s, 7s, and 8s. This is like 24, 26, 28. Well, like 30 shots. Now they must really slow down. Double 6, double 3, 6-2, and double 2. This is like 5 numbers, make immediately the closeout. And if white doesn't come in next roll, there are gonna be more and more numbers roll by roll. And soon it's not even needed to close them out. Pip-wise, black is down a lot, but there's also wastage and the chance for the closeout, the chance for the pick and pass. And I think this is a particular strength of Thomas and Philip. They have a good sense when it's nasty for the opponent. Yeah. They have a good sense for pressure. But this is, there's just too much winning chances left. Oh, double 6 and double 6. Couldn't be better time to roll a joker. Perfect script for black. Only one blotting number. Everything else plays brilliant, and now almost like a perfect position. This is a technical thing. Some people would have preferred 6-4 instead of 10-8. I also think this is enough because there are rarely any gammons, and you want to avoid all blotting sequences. 6 is clear. 6-5 could be right, but must be all very, very small. Shouldn't spend more than delay time on this. So no matter how this game ends, unless we see a taken recube, it will be 2 away, 6 away. A very interesting score, very early double for the trailer. Trailer can actually double with like 55% winning chances and 17% gammons. This could be something like a sequence opening 3-1 for the trailer, followed by a 5-2 with a split. That could be already a double. Is it chin or is it almost chin? Doesn't matter. It's always easier to roll before people start calculating. Now it's rather easy. 7 numbers. This can be off in 2 rolls. Now it's 5 numbers. Cannot be off in 2 rolls. So 2 away, 6 away to favor of the German team from Hamburg, Philipp and Thomas Katzeni. Both teams have a right for a break. Nobody sees a reason to use this right. If they are fresh, if they are focused, if they are not affected, shouldn't take a break. Typical strategy for the leader, of course, is winning an undoubled gammon. Double 3 helped that mission a lot. And I actually like this because you need to develop a position and the guy on the 11 helps you a lot. And not many numbers are threatening. The best you can do with a 6-3 is run. Double 5, very interesting. Is it making the ace point and going to the 18? Or is it making the 3 point and attacking? Remember, the lonely blood wants to be attacked, white wants to win a gammon, but there are other options too. You could also just run from the 23. Very often hitting with a point is always a strong choice, especially when you need gammons and you want to maintain the last blot. Here you just have to set up a couple of positions to visualize something. There's so much going on here. And they decided for the non-hitting play. For 5. Ringing builders, the only way to improve the position. Well, you could also improve by just go and not getting hit. Okay, Alex sensed what is the common part in the last move, making the 3 point. Not really sure. It could be also the ace point. It was a very tricky question. I would need personally more time to make a decision myself. Yes, I like that 3 way better than bringing from the midpoint to the 10. Infield pressure, no blots. Like the position cries after such a move. And cube time. Cube time. Matt sensed it, and Doug, Finn, and Marianne, they sense it too. It's worth thinking about now. When do they want to cube that? Yeah, after 3-1, double 4. It's too late, but of course there's other sequences too. Plus only they devalue the gammon wins of their opponent. For 2. More wasn't possible. You don't want a slot in that situation. Did they improve their situation? I would say a little bit, not dramatically, but at least they have like more full prime numbers. Double 1 and 3-1. Two 5. That helps the position best. Bring another builder for the 6 prime. 5-3 would avoid almost all priming numbers. I mean double 1, and it also doesn't make a full prime. So once they hit, white has no move to make a full prime. It's a kind of a tempo hit. Plus they have the stronger board. Plus they want to go for a gammon. So there's a lot of good points pushing the hit. A lot of good points. On the other hand, you know, once you got hit, the second checker is back. It's pretty nasty, but do they double from the bar is the question. I think they won't. And this must be a serious miss of the cube. They had like 8 perfect numbers, and some numbers run from behind and leave them also as a big favorite. You don't want to lose your market at that score. You don't like to lose your market. But in the heat of the fight, it's not always easy to keep calm. Sometimes you still feel the atmosphere of a previous situation, and then you miss a point. Now this is I mean, at least they made a point instead of losing one, but I think a lot of players would be bothered to lose their market at that score. Best strategy is always to be in the present, you know, forget the past. Yeah. This is the best way of making great new moves. Just forget what was what has been what was ago. Yeah. Michael Orban is in the chat. Hello. One more shake, too good. Dear Fritz, yes, sometimes. Oh, sound is getting bad, so I just switched off. I learned how to do that. And sound is back. Fritz, I do give private lessons, but usually I don't offer them. Sometimes I meet people, you know, and we find an arrangement. I'm not hard on the advertising side, and I don't really like online lessons. I love to see that smiley, Denise. Okay, let's get back to the position. Yeah. Let's get back to the position. What did really change in the score? What changed that now the 4 points for Dagfinn and Marianne bring them the lead in the match. But with a 3-point anchor, with the butterfly anchor, there are hardly any gammons in the air. And they have a low take point at 2 away, so there's no reason to rush with the cube. Even if you have the better position and if you're trailing in the match, you can hang on to it a while. This is great, not pip-wise, but positional. Or 1. So the next key point would be the bar point or maybe the 9 point. But you can't slot it, and it's not so easy to bring builders. It's not so easy to bring builders. 13.6. This looks like the right call. Well played, Marianne. The guy on the 11 is well positioned. Now this is a fantastic roll for them. No doubt about the bar. And just in case they roll a double 2, double 4 or 4-2 and manage to make the 9 point, they could start thinking about the double. If they miss their market, it's not so harmful because it brings them to a 2-away, 4-away score. This is, if there's any good trailing score, it would be that, because it's very hard for the leader to find any cubation, and it's very easy for the trailer. Plus you get like the perfect gammon price you can ever get of 100%. One 4, best distribution. Pointing or running out would have been better. 3-4. For 1 second, maybe 13-10-6-2. They see it also now. They do like the improvement of making the 4 point. But is the risk worth it? This is the question. Also, this brings an extra builder. Same number of shots, but better field coverage. So certainly they do a pip count here, but it doesn't look like it's already dramatic. This is a good roll. The best rolls would of course make the 4 point, but this brings them great distribution and many more. Now they have a hell of a position and they just need to count the raise. So this is 24, 28, 28. Okay, they counted faster. 24, 16, 8. Is it possible that they are up 8? I counted 8, but 8 or 7, I think it shouldn't really matter. So we are on the same page here. And it also looks like a cube to me. 8 should be enough, 8 pips. And to activate the raise, they really need to roll something here. Father and son Katsemi. Double sixes don't grow on trees. No blotting numbers, but at the 2-away score, they have a low take point. There are no gammons in this position. No, yeah. I think this is the best move. Perfect board. Everybody sees that there's a bad double 6. But other than that, I don't see bad numbers. Mm-hmm. So once again, we're up 8, rolled 8, 16, 11, being 7 down. I think I would just wait. I don't see the merits of running now. Still down in the race. You have checkers to move. Yeah. Now which 4? Make the better point. Choose a better distribution. 5, 4. Wonderful play. The technical thing, absolutely correct. 4-2, very interesting. Actually not so interesting. It's only 4-3. Coming in and hitting is duplicated. And now I think they have to do the 3-point. It should be actually equity up, this roll. It doesn't feel comfortable. it's not a cozy decision. But yeah. I mean, a lot of you heard Dirk earlier, voting against beauty. I'm a big fan of beauty. Very often, the beautiful play is the right play. I know in the past, a lot of people said there is no price for beauty in backgammon positions, but also the positions were perceived differently as beautiful than nowadays. So I think these are the best winning chances, and you don't need to fear gammons. You have doubled anyhow. Yeah. Or 2. Brings the pulse a little bit higher when you see the 4. What a brilliant roll. What a relief. And for the spectators who started to like this match, we see another game here. We see another game here. Unless we see a real freak sequence, it happens like once in a blue moon or even less, that there's a BG here. A friend of mine, my old teacher from Munich, he said he has seen this twice in one evening, losing a person with only one checker closed out, losing a BG. But I actually don't remember to have seen it at all. And I also think I played like a million games or more. Yeah. Since you're not hunting for gammons or BGs, you want to choose a safe play or the safest play. Maybe this is equity up. Big equity up for white, not leaving the shot. Yeah. This is definitely equity down, but it doesn't matter so much because there were hardly any chances left. Yeah. And gammons come into play. No, they don't. Just when it was about to matter. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. They're absolutely here. And they know this position. Yeah. They know this position by heart. They know where to move the ace. Very good concept. Saves many more gammons than any other move. And it feels like, no, they're just changing seats. Both teams just had a dinner break. So nobody wants to take a break in that short match. Maybe they do at DMP. We have a new score and a new strategy. Now it's a 3-point match with a 1-point lead for father and son Katsemi moving the blackjackers. Yes, Michael, I think it's a million games. I play since more than 30 years, and I think the first 10 years I played like 8 hours every day. So that was a lot, and also there was a very active online time where sometimes I played like 4 or 5 boards at the same time for like 12 or 14 hours. So a lot of games accumulated over the time, and also the Katsemi team played a lot. They're commercial players, and they can play day and night if it's effective. 6-5. Not what the doctor prescribed, but it ended up positive equity in the sequence. Now they want to make the, oh, this is like almost their worst shake. This is like almost their worst shake. Yeah. It is their worst shake. I see nothing worse. Now they pray that the opponents don't roll a 4. And with the ability of winning gammons, I wouldn't turn the cube here. You don't roll the 4, you very soon see a 4 cube coming back at you. Yes, this might work with some people. I don't think this works with Dagfinn and Marianne. Yes, Maui Joy, it is a great venue here. It's a city palais in one of the oldest cities of Germany. Yeah, they hit, and of course, they see it back immediately. Yeah. But now they're not as unhappy as if they had missed. They would be really unhappy to see it when they had missed, and now they're not that unhappy. That was a really big roll, anchoring up here. Another big roll, making this outfield point. Best roll for white, definitely double 5. Other than that, they would like to make the 5 point. 4 rolls for this. 5 really good rolls. So, gammon doesn't matter at all. Everybody sees what's possible, stepping out and hitting. But of course, it also comes for a price. Double hit is also possible, right? But I mean, you don't desire to hit with a 5, you desire to go out with a 5. The pity is that you give them good 6s from the bar. I see Dagfinn and Matt are opting for the double hit. That makes me also opting for the double hit. You know, I mean, if 2 great players like that, you know, I keep my opinion for myself. 2-4, definitely hitting. And now the question is, how many blots and what points? I'm not sure at all. You have 5 minutes. Guys, this is a DMP. Yeah. I agree, Axel. It was a little bit fast for me too. Yeah, it's not that you want it, but it's the best you can do. Double six. Black has clearly the better position. Clearly. Well, if you do this ace and do the six first, then you have another ace maybe as an option. I don't know. 2-1. 2-1 is actually worse than dancing. In my opinion, it's worse than dancing. Not an easy decision, but dumping a point and transpose it into two blots is not really a winning concept because you get pounded on. So this looks like the right play to me. I mean, they don't give more numbers out of the spectrum. The fives are strong anyhow. And if they just get hit loose in the opponent's board, then their returns are way stronger than if they busted their point. They have 3 minutes on the clock. It might be one of the last decisions. It's a good advice to spend time here. I like that they use their time. They see all the arguments. And I think they did a very good choice. 6-3 looks like a double hitter. Denise, I'm so with you. I wouldn't have done it. They wouldn't have. They didn't do it. You wouldn't have done it. It's probably right not to do it. Yeah. This is most effective if they dance, and if they come in, it's bad anyhow. Very, very exciting. 1-3 hits again. 24-5-2. No other choices. In a double, this can never be overlooked. Double 5. Double 1 really unlucky for black, for Thomas and Philip. There is a choice. There is an active decision. Actually, this could be the safer play. It doesn't matter so much what points you hold. Yeah, it's not a priming game anymore. I think good choice by Marianne and Dagfinn. But everything is about the 5, and the 4 is really a disaster for white. Now they need a miracle to turn this around. Philip on roll, he's a huge favorite here. Yes, you don't have to hit it, but I think it's right. It's not always right to give the opponent the option to make another point. Just here the timing is so bad anyhow. Yeah, with this, even they rolled an ace, they legally can't make the second anchor because they need to come in with the 4. 6-4 goes to the 6. Yeah, that was legal. So there's no incentive for gammons. I don't see any trap play. Sooner or later, you have to open the prime. It's not a big swing on that roll. The question is this the best equity? 3-5, this looks very smooth. Now a lot of chances to hit the guy on the ace. Doesn't move, it's a dancing number. And another dancing no. Brings the guy to the 21. Actually, I don't think that this is a bad roll. It is a bad roll because it's no 6 or 4, but this is a real bad roll. Yeah. But again, the swing is not so dramatic because the winning chances of white are so little. Double 6 would close, would be the best number anyhow. And just to remind you, many of you have watched my match in the Monte Carlo stream one, day one. I won 2 incredible games, which looked absolutely lost. My opponent had won 14 checkers off, and I needed to hit a shot and win from there, and I did it. So in backgammon, everything is possible. And here we see a shot. If there is a turnaround, it could start here. And no swing here. Yeah, it was an elegant way of moving. The 5 was blocked, so they moved the 2 before. 4-1, 16. Could be also right. Now double 6 makes a 5 point. 5-2. Little equity up for white. Little equity up. Six, 5 doesn't really change the equity. In general, it's good for white to roll high to bring the logistics where they need it. Now, like 6, and this is one of the bad numbers. 12 hits for white. All the 2s and double 1. And a miss. I would also bring it in. Now it's only double 1 and double 2. The 2 was first, yeah. And oh, do we see the wonder? Yeah, bring them all in the inner board. Just looks like perfect distribution. Can't be a big difference. Or 2, okay. No clear idea here, but 4 rolls. Is it possible? I don't think so, because they can only bear 2 off, then they get 13 left, and then they have only 3 rolls. It's time for a handshake. Well fought. Tough match, many great decisions. I thought it was really, really exciting. Yeah. By the way, both teams have a fair chance to survive the preliminaries. Both have 2 matches won. Both have 2 matches won, and that means they very well be under the last 8 and come to the knockout stage. Matt spotted the sequence, so they were very right to play on. Okay, my mistake. So, big hand to Thomas and Philipp Katzemi. It's a great win. And keep your faith, Marianne and Dagfinn. You played very well, and you're still in a good position to make it to the playoff. Yes, good evening, and it's not over. We are looking forward to have another match here, like in half an hour. I will inform you as soon as I know who is in the leaderboard, what are the pairings. Then we will post the next, the lineup, who is playing. We're always trying to find a very interesting pairing. We try to find a pairing which has good chances to win this tournament. And so we'll be back in half an hour. Thank you all for watching, and stay tuned. I show you now a couple of pictures from the tournament, some impressions where you see the rooms, the players, and spot some of the atmosphere. Yeah. See you soon. Stay tuned. I'll be back like in half an hour. Bye. So I'm about, the draw is done. It took a little bit time. One of the organization members had birthday, so there was a little break to sing and present the cake. The next match is a very interesting match. Just let me get the names right. I'm putting them in. It's Marcel Jochen and Volker Sonnabend. They both won gold in the World Team Championship 2018. As a reference to this victory, Marcel will play in the jersey. And they are classic double at many events, many local tournaments where they play together. So they really practiced what they are doing here. And on the other board, we will see an English-Danish team, Oliver Squire and Anne-Sophie Jorgensen, if I got the names right. And I heard that she is a very talented player from Denmark. If I get it right, I think she's from Denmark. I'm not 100% sure. She could also be from Sweden, but I'll figure out the details in a second. I'll be back. Just let me get the names. Hey, Nico Beckham and Chris, is this you? Because I'm not confident. I think I forgot your nick. Is it you, Chris? Okay. Sure, please let me know sooner or later. And Mihai, of course. Sorry. Fantastic. Nice that you watch. Yeah. One of the most talented players of Austria. One of the strongest players of Austria, and yeah, soon hopefully a big name in the world of backgammon. Big support for me also. He helped me to analyze a lot of matches. Yeah, okay, thank you. And I switch. Actually, I think they have to switch sides. It's easier. I mean, also we could switch the writing, but sometimes there are technical difficulties for the change. I'll be back in 1 second. I just go quickly to the players and make sure I get all the names right.
So the match is about to start. Now I'm confident with the name. Oliver Squirrel's partner is Anna Sophia Jorgensen. She's from the Faroe Islands and she's living in Denmark. Classical opening with the 6-2. Most contenders are in good shape. Even if they lose this match, there's a good chance we see them still in the knockout phase of the tournament. Double 5 brings a checker in the outfield and a spare on the 8. This is known territory. Six one looks like a slot actually. Interesting. Must be a close decision. Very often the concept is when there are two builders in the outfield, you want a slot even against a single checker. But of course this is a little bit more complex since already a checker escaped and for 3 was clear equalizing. At least linking up to equalize, making the 5 point. Considerations of the double, it's clear to see that white has a stronger side. 10 men are about, 9.5 are about to attack. There's no anchor, there's an extra checker back. Now white possesses a stronger board, and then there's also a block in the outfield, so a lot of good aspects. So it has a lot of counterplay also. There's a lot of feedback, of course, single white.
Oops, and we are back. Double take as predicted. One of the best rolls. One of the best rolls. This is how to execute a blitz. You want to hit and you want to make points. Both has happened. One of the premium, one of the best rolls. Thank you for feedback. Good response. Hitting is a premium number. And now it is a big question about the 5. This is continuing with the blitzing concept. Ace would be super valuable. Very strong roll. Not making the desired ace point, but hitting another checker and creating more strength to build the board and to cover the blot. 9s, 8, 12s, and also 6, 5 makes points. It's a lot of numbers. Now black feels a lot of heat. Fours are required badly. Technical play, what you really want to avoid is like busting numbers, but also you want to bring quickly builders down. Maximize for the closeout, and avoiding accidents is a theme. Six, 2, so by moving the guy from the 22 would give you an extra closing number with double 5. This is most builders for the 4 point. This is like the one of the best numbers at all, close out. This is not according to the rules, but I like this move. I think they did this in response with the opponents, not abusing the opponents just to refresh their own thinking time. They really don't have a choice. They do have, in theory, not all players like what happened, but a lot of players appreciate, and I think it's a good tone. To me, it's gentleman behavior. But it always has to respond with the opponent. We see it again here. Or good technical execution. No bad numbers for white now. The gammon is almost sure. Gammon is in the high 90s. Whatever wins the game almost always wins a gammon. Just play as safe as possible. This looks extremely safe. It's a bulletproof position. Worst shake would be something with an ace. Only double 6, double 5. 5-3 isn't brilliant because there are quite some more numbers in the near future. Six three is one of them. The safest play is to me 5-2. Quite a bit of swing for white. Quite a bit of swing for white. Wow, very unusual. Dancing twice on a 4-point board. Three, 6. Anne-Sophie quite unlucky with getting in. Huge equity loss on the last shake by not coming in. 20 good numbers. For the fourth time she missed. Now it's only 4 numbers. But white will not always be able to play safe. Worst shake would be like double 5, leaving 28 shots. Everything else is less. This is only 11. Dance is better than a 6. Double 3 leaves another shot. One for sure, 2 for sure, 3 for sure. And now you have to estimate the value of the extra checker born off versus the 2 extra hits. The gammon is fairly safe if you don't get hit, so probably reducing shots is the best choice. 11 numbers versus 13. It worked well this time. Oh, black needs to be off like in 5 shakes. Now in 4. Yeah, you a few key points in the right for the right distribution is you don't like to make points in general. You want to be diversified. You look that your high numbers play well. You don't want to waste pips. You take care about the more important crossover pre or the less important crossovers. Most important crossover is, of course, to take a checker out. Second is to bear a checker in your home field, and so on and so on. So now it's chin. There is no way of avoiding the gammon. Big lead for the German team, but in the short matches, we see very often turns, turnarounds. Yeah, for all the people who came new to the chat, previously there was a really exciting match and a German double against a Norwegian double, and we had quite some interesting positions, a lot of great feedback in the chat. It's also worth reading the chat when you rewatch the match. And I hope this will be the same exciting, promising start. White managed to get the important anchor. 6-4 makes an outfield point. This is most constructive. Black has a serious lead, but not enough threats right at the moment. Serious lead, positional aspects. Five is an interesting question. You don't mind to have a force builder on the 8. And sometimes it's better to have a third man on the 18 if you want to hit in Black's outfield. You don't like to leave the anchor. So 13-8 is a very reasonable choice. More building power and safer for some kinds of shots. Also, sometimes you hit indirectly from the 18 in your own outfield when Black tries to escape from the 24. And also in that case, you're happy to keep the bar point anchor. 13-8 and 6-5. Natural move to develop. There would have been some bad numbers for white, so there was a serious asset for black to stay back, even though black is faster. Double 6. Now black does have to come out. Four-one is like a brilliant hit hitting with a point. 5-6, very good roll. If black doesn't get hit, if Oliver and Anne-Sophie survive this, they are very close to a double, or they have a double already. Far up in the race. Far up in the race, and almost everything plays safe. There's also some numbers which help to clear the 13. It's like if they roll a 4-3 or a 5-4 or anything which is one away beside 1-2, they could create another point which helps them to clear the 13. Oh, Matt is back. Fantastic. Yeah, quick count. 26, right? I could well imagine this could be already a double, but since there are no gammon threats, it's not so crucial to lose a market here. Okay, 28 now. Yeah. Now it's even clearer. Quick action over the board. White absolute likes to win 2 points, and White prefers to swing this game for 2 points, and also keeping the cube. It's well, it's not about they don't have any redouble wick, but it's easier for them to hold a cube than to give a cube, because this way they never see a 4 cube. I like the take. I like the take. It's yeah, gammon safe. It feels like a standard position, enough winning percentages. 5-1. Technically, it's usually good to play 6-5 to keep the points complex together, but this is very minimal and only a theorem. Two, 1, 5-2 looks like a natural move. It could be also something like 6-5 and 4-2. 4-2 was sure, and then about the ace, but this is a fine move. 4-6 is actually a good roll. You like to clear the 10. But every non-clearing move, every move black doesn't manage to clear the midpoint, the equity rises for the German team. 6-1 is their worst shake. At least take a crossover, right? 6-3. Oliver and Anne-Sophie couldn't do anything with the opportunity. Always dependent on the dice. Almost never volunteer with 17 shots. And clear from the rear. Yeah. Don't save too much in these races. You know, what comes. Usually in a big gammon, when you save to avoid bad times just come earlier. What might be good in life is not always good in the game. 4-1 was right. 6-3, not desired. Very strong roll, very lucky sequence for the German team. Clear to pick up here. You really don't want to get hit. You have very good outfield coverage. But it's very hard to turn this cube. I mean, already if you win the 2 cube, you're Crawford 7 away, which is like around 90%. You better hang on until it's close to a pass, or it is a pass. You don't want to make the DMP out of such a lead. 6-4, quite a good roll. 16 misses. The downside was that all the small numbers hit and the high numbers are good in the race. So that was actually a very strong position for white. Yeah, would have been different if the high numbers hit and the small numbers fail. Yeah. Not yet, but getting closer. You can't slot the 6, of course. So this is the 3. And I think the best is to look at double fours. Double fours plays better when you stay at your 8 point. So you bear the 5 in. A small technical detail. Of course, Marcel knows this very well. Do they have 90% or more in this position? I doubt it. It's a lot, but maybe not that much. Serious thinking if Oliver and Anne-Sophie dance here. Matt gave us a spoiler. I would think it's more than 98. I mean, less than 98. But I don't want to challenge you. I don't want to throw numbers if I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. So now it's Crawford 7 away. So the first game is doesn't matter if it's a gammon or not. You basically play like DMP. Some changes apply in the right, and they made it friendly for the spectators, so everybody who tunes in knows exactly where we at. It's Crawford. Well, with a 0 score, it should be like always Crawford. How could it be post Crawford with 6-0? But nevertheless, it doesn't hurt to see the sign. Five, 2, just go. Very often it's a running concept at DMP. Well, with a lead for black, I would just go. The lead is not dramatic, but they're 7 pips up. 1-5. You usually don't like to play blitzes at DMP. It would be a little bit less shots right away if you hit on the ace, but it's the wrong, or it's usually not the preferable game concept. It's interesting, they have a lot of time on the clock. It might be their last game. It's never wrong to think about everything. They use their consultation time. Same do I, Matt. I hear what you're saying. I don't think it's big in match winning percentage as they lead 6-0, but technically maybe they missed to pick up some equity by doing 13-8. Is it double twos? That's a lot of excitement for the fairer English team and also for the spectators who probably like to see another game. Big equity up for black. Big equity up. This is no equity up. Too dangerous to slot. So if you decide not to slot anything, there's only one play left. Advance your back checkers. Small equity up for the German team, no big swing. And again, as gammons don't matter at all, the anchor is not so important in this position. Good choice again, you know, playing for a new point. Most checkers frontwards. This has upsides and downsides. In generally, it's very good to make an outfield point. It's very good to make the 8 point. Double 4, double 6 would have been better, but I think this is one of their best shakes. Yeah, you would like to create new threats, but I see no other 4 than 8-4. Or have they played the 4 already and it's about the 6? Maybe I'm lost for a second. Yeah, they can't give a direct shot here. Would have been hit if they did it. It would be just too much of a swing, too many numbers. And after the double 5 and with the anchor, white is soon in a timing problem. They have to run when it's unpleasant. Good for white that it's very hard for black to improve right now. There's not many numbers to make good points. Only doubles 3-1 and 6-1. All doubles are very good. Double 4 makes a point, double 5 makes a point. Double 6 is not the best double, but still. Oh, we've seen such a move earlier on with Marianne and Duckfin in the last match. Yes, Go to where the action is. Gammon don't matter. Right. I think that was a very good move, actually, the 4-5 to go out on the mid. Hitting was trivial. Dancing is crucial. But still having the superior position. 5-6 also hits. Now there is a decision. Look at that. Look at that. Of course you want to make the 3-point, but also you want to hit. And taking also care of the badly placed checkers on the 23 anchor. Yeah, they found a good move. 3-6. Double 3. White is about getting a big favorite again. About to get a definitely in with the 5. And then a conservative choice should be right here, since you have such a lead in the position. You want to minimize the risk. Yeah. You don't get enough interest for your investment if you do any other ace. 5-3 comes in, probably doesn't anchor. Ooh, tough decision. Maybe a little bit too fast. Maybe a little bit too fast. Now they're happy. They would find themselves back on the bar that they made the choice. But it seemed for me a little bit fast. They had like 19 minutes on the clock, and it could be the last game. Every decision is very decisive here. It was a big decision. This position is craving for action. This position is craving for action on Sophie. Now they start consulting about the strategy. Three, 2, very strong roll. They need to come in. 2 is such a monster. Hitting from the bar. And since 6s hits anyway, you could duplicate them, giving you a way stronger forward position in case white dances. But here they have a lot of time. They could see all the aspects. They can consult about everything. And they're also on the trigger now. I mean, basically, often backgammon is a grind. Even in short matches, it's a long tournament. It has been a lot of matches this day. So first there was a singles tournament, and now there is this doubles world event. So usually it takes energy from the opponent looking in a bad position. Yeah, you like to look into good positions. That takes less energy from you, but now your opponent is on the bar. It doesn't hurt that you think a little bit. You have so much time. To me, it's these 3 aces they play, these 3 2s they played already, which were like mandatory or the common part. And now what is the most constructive? The 6 hits anyway. They should prepare to stand good if white rolls poorly. And white rolled poorly. 3-4. Now they decide to tiptoe. It is right, gammons bring no merit, but to win this position is easier with more checkers on the bar and better points. So three-one is actually equity down. This is not a good roll. The last sequence goes clearly to white. Hitting and advancing the position. Good play, Marcel. Well, you want to control the outfield. On the other hand, threes would be a bad number if you stay back. And sixes don't want to hit, but where's your other three? Wow. That is a very strong roll. Very strong roll. In desperate need now of a 2. For a 2. Yes, this is a good move. For 3, another dance. So what is one of the conclusions is it wasn't a position to be safe in anyway. So maybe taking the risk earlier would have brought the English Faro team a better position, but it's spilled milk and we should all look in the front and stay in the present, you know. The 1-2 can change the game. A single 2 can change the game. Very big decisive number. 4-2 is a super strong roll. Just avoid to get stuck with the big doubles. Yeah, this would be double 4s. The other play is double 3s. Yeah, this is enough play. They can play 3 times the 4. 4 stays closed. Double 3 plays well also. This is for sure the best play. I like the choice also. Technical territory, they seem to be very strong here. 6-1 bulletproof position. Black's winning chances can be only seen under a microscope. But they are still there. We don't see them, but they exist. 3-1, clearing, right. This is the safest. Very good understatement of the position. Well, I like the spirit, but Anne-Sophie is right. I mean, before you count a long time and calculate, just roll. I mean, it doesn't take long to see exactly what's going on. There's no extra prize if you give up faster. The opposite is true. Yeah, now it's time for a handshake. So big congratulations to Marcel Jochen and Volker Sonnabend. Yeah, also Oliver and Anne-Sophie, they presented themselves very well here. But they were really unfortunate. There wasn't much of an even match. Very one-sided. Thank you very much for watching. And tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I'm back on the stream. It will be a different channel. Aachen Festival is the name of the channel. This is the house channel of this tournament. And the match tomorrow will be streaming. It's a second chance match with Kiko Yazawa and Tillmann Söhnchen. And according to the organizer, first match of the day is usually in German. But I think there are subtitles available in English. And I hope to see many of you that you tune in and enjoy that match also. Yeah. Thank you very much for watching and good night.